2.5 minutes ago, Robert starting to make their way into the starting pen here as we get ready for a combined esports national championships with USA Cycling and Cycling Canada. A unique format here, but will allow multiple riders to get in there and create a little bigger fields, a little more competition here. So 2 minutes to go. Riders will start to ramp up their power. Things a little different here on RGT. We're going to have a lot of new riders joining on the RGT platform, riders coming from platforms like Zwift and Rovi. Each platform has its own unique sort of ins and outs, so we'll talk about some of those as the day goes on. Here's your Dirty Reaver course for the day today at, again, just under 18K per lap. Not a ton of big climbing, but there will be enough to sort of slowly pull it back throughout the day, so it's going to put some sting in the legs. Then a low, flat, wide open section here will also make things interesting for the power riders. See some of our elite women lining up in our Zoom room here. We'll be able to check on them throughout the day today. Get a little inside look into the action out there on course. All right, underway in racing. Godby, Lawson, and Tracy, your first three off the line. Jackie Godby opening things up a little early, but things will settle down here. There is a brief, see in the upper right-hand corner, elevation gain section, and a 6.4% gradient on the way up here. Looks like Jackie Godby going to set the tempo early here. All right, so checking in with Jackie Godby on the front here, already opening up just under 200 meters over Lawson and Tracy here. Christy Tracy in her second race of the weekend, winning the Women's Masters Championships yesterday in the 35-plus age groupings and getting back at it with the elites today, but looks like Jackie Godby going to dominate this one early. So still plenty of racing to go at just under 51K remaining, but so far Godby looking like the champ out here. All right, so taking a look at your two leaders on the screen, Jackie Godby on the right-hand side of your picture, Lawson on the left-hand side. Now, these riders are racing together. They'll be scored separately between the Americans and the Canadian riders. So, obviously, Lawson looking good for the Canadian Esports National Championship here. And we'll see if Christy Tracy can get up to her. Maybe Tracy and Lawson can link up and try and bring back Jackie Godby, who has been dominant here on the RGT platform. Jackie Godby, the rider, out on the front here, undefeated in the Echelon Racing League this season, the sort of elite series on RGT here. Godby has gone 9 for 9 in that series, which speaks of not only to her strength, but her preparedness as well. One of the best prepared athletes that you'll see on the platform, whether it's the internet connection, nutrition, just never misses. And after a while, you realize that's not by accident. So Jackie Godby, a champion through and through, and proving it again here as she picks up a little over 200 meters now over Lawson, and then Tracy another 250 back at 450 total back from Jackie Godby. So you see riders on the RGT platform here. I'll walk you through the sort of what they call the GUI, the graphical user interface here. In the upper left-hand corner, you're seeing the individual riders' power numbers. Now, we'll be able to follow multiple riders throughout the day. Godby, Lawson, Tracy, you'll see their individual numbers in the upper left corner. The rider that we're following has their name highlighted just a little bit darker on the leaderboard on the left-hand side of the road of the screen. So you see Godby's name just a little darker also at the top. And then there's also a power profile chart, which we'll look at quite a bit throughout the day today. It's really interesting to see the different riding styles of individual riders just based on their power profile. So that's that kind of scrolling white line in the upper left. And then RGT also assigns power profile zones presented by Wattbike here for the Esports National Championship. You'll see that in the colored bar to the left of the name on the leaderboard. That indicates which power zone each rider is in, and that is unique to their individual max power. So as they get closer to their maximum wattage on RGT, they'll get into the orange and red zones, and as they go to a little easier, it gets down into the yellow, green, and blue zones. The upper right-hand corner of the screen will give you course information. So a very similar course profile to the power profile that we just talked about a little bit ago, but this one showing the elevation gain going up and down, and then obviously the distance remaining and to go. You can see the current slope that the riders are on at the very top there, and then current speed in the upper left of that right-hand GUI as well. Very bottom of the screen, you'll see the total course. That is basically a lap, so you get a look at the climb in the middle, and then you can also see those white arrows. Those represent the individual riders on course, with the blue arrow representing the rider that we're following. So right now, Jack Godby in blue on the front, and then you see Lawson, the second white triangle back, and then Tracy in third behind her. Back to Christy Tracy sitting in third. Again, Tracy's second race of the weekend. A well-decorated endurance cyclist down in Texas, but also rapidly became an esports racing expert over the last few years as we saw the popularity of virtual racing explode. So Tracy, no stranger to the RGT platform either. She was a multi-year participant in the Echelon Racing League, so she spent plenty of time on the RGT platform here. Now, one of the big differences of RGT is the way that the riders interact with each other in the game. So as things separate out here, this is really going to favor someone like Christy Tracy, who's used to these long endurance rides. Jackie Godby as well, with a triathlon background out there. So Tracy already into her aero bars. We're watching her on her Zoom camera, getting as comfortable as she can and settling in on this long false flat climb. You see just about 1.5% on the way up. It'll dip and dive up and over, but this is just a grind until that last little kicker, the red section on the very bottom of the screen that you see coming up. And they get a little bit of rest on the way down, but they'll get that back quickly before they've got to get back to work. So see Tracy just locked in, pushing a big gear here. And taking advantage of those aero bars as well. Obviously, doesn't matter inside, but it is a little more comfortable. So we see a lot of riders prefer those aero bars. Godby up at the front right now doing a 4.5 watt per kilo average. You can see just to the right of the names on the leaderboard over there. Godby has been known to push upwards of 4 watts per kilo over an hour and a half race. But her power profile, just like you see with Christy Tracy, are incredibly steady. You see this white line in the upper left-hand corner. The way that Godby is able to ride this is really impressive, especially on a virtual trainer. It's a little tougher to do outside, but just the sheer focus that it takes to keep your wattage in such a narrow range to create an almost flat profile. You'll never see anyone that's able to create a perfectly flat power profile. It's just impossible when you're turning the pedals in circles. But Godby and Tracy are both exceptionally good at keeping it steady, keeping it flat. And that's what you're seeing right now with Jackie Godby on your screen. Godby onto the now 16% kicker on the way up. So you see the red section on the course profile here. You see Godby just about over the climb on the left-hand side of your screen, and then Christy Tracy getting to the end of the red section here. So Godby still has a little bit more climbing to go before she'll work her way down. Another few kilometers before it does get into the downhill section. There's not many sections of this course on the way down where she'll be able to fully coast. You still need to put power on the way down, so it's not a minute or minute long resting section. They'll still need to lay power down. You don't have to, but if Godby wants to hold on to what is now a 500-meter lead over Lawson, then I would expect to see her continuing to power on the way down here. Now that gap may be a little inflated because Godby has just finished the climb. Lawson and Tracy are just starting the climb. So once things flatten out a bit, I think we'll get a little more accurate read on what this gap is. But one thing's for sure, Jackie Godby is dominating on the front of this women's elite race. See a rare blip in Godby's power profile in the upper left corner. She is just about at the peak now to start to work her way down. Remember, doing 3 laps around this 18-kilometer course. So just under 45K to go for Godby on the front. We'll have our elite men up after this, and then the hand cycling followed by paracycling later this afternoon. See Godby also with the arrow bars on the front. She runs a time trial bike. She's a triathlon background and keeps that same bike. That's the bike she's comfortable on, and that's what she rides on the trainer. Running her basement in St. Louis, where she is currently pursuing her second PhD. Jackie Godby, the double doctor. Got to be a diagnostic radiology resident right now. On track to graduate in 2026. Got her doctorate from Northwestern University and then her med degree from the Feinberg School of Medicine there. Published multiple times. We had a chance to do our best to try to read through some of her research studies and research papers, and let's just say it's a good thing that there's smart people like Jackie out in the world doing what she's doing. Gabi continuing to build her lead here up to 1.2K. Now that is inflated because she has gone down the downhill and the other riders have not yet started descending. So that gap is not actually at 1.2K. It is on the road, but once things flatten out here at the bottom of the climb, you'll see that gap shrink. I think that's actually going to be closer to 6, 7, maybe 800 meters back to Lawson and then a little more back to Tracy. Gabi maintaining a steady 270, 280, just a little under 300. You see her ramping the wattage up a little bit here. And never breaking focus with the screen. That's the other thing about Jackie Gabi. She has an incredible ability to stay focused. Now, when you're racing in mass participation events like a criterium course and the riders are so close together, super important in these virtual racing platforms to maintain spacing and pay attention to where you are in relation to the other riders, be able to respond to moves and things like that. Won't be as important in these long road race courses where we see separation, but either way, Gabi constantly monitoring her screen, watching her power. You don't see her look down at the stem a whole lot. She pretty much keeps it locked in to the screen in front of her. Back to Lawson, looking for her Canadian national championship here. Powering up the climb here, just over 4 watts per kilo. And you see the difference in this power profile. A lot of ups and downs on this one. That's on the way down. She has just finished the descent, so it's not as important to keep a steady profile, but you can see a stark difference between what a rider like Jackie Gabi was doing up on the front. Two 2.5% on the way down. She's going to give it up very, very quickly here for Lawson. She is almost equidistant between Jackie Gabi and Christy Tracy right now, so don't expect any reinforcements coming for Lawson anytime soon here. She is going to be on her own for a long time, so settle in, enjoy the ride. Really just focus on trying to slowly crawl back some time to Jackie Gabi. All right, so Lawson onto the flats now. Tracy finishing her descent on the way down. Here's a look from the zoom camera for Lawson and her Cycling Canada kit. And Lawson out of Alberta. But studying in the U.S. at Marion University, they have a powerhouse collegiate cycling program out at Marion in just outside of Indianapolis, Indiana. Great school as well, and a great cycling program that lets riders pursue the sport, but still get a great education at the same time. Silver medal at the Canada Summer Games and the 2022 Provincial Individual Time Trial National Championship. So the time trial discipline will suit Marianne well here. See Lawson with the earphones in here. There is a proximity chat feature on RGT that would allow riders to communicate from within the game based on other riders around them. Lawson not going to have anybody in her proxy chat, so maybe listen to music. Sometimes you'll see riders chatting with teammates, talking to coaches, or really anything to distract you from what can often become the droning on of any trainer ride, especially when you get out by yourself, though. So everyone's got their own mix. Everyone's got their own preference. Lawson with the iPad set up inside, hooked up to the computer here. Lawson taking under 40K to go, and now that they've been on the flats, I think we can take these readings as pretty close to accurate. So going to be just about a kilometer behind Godby and another 800 ahead of Christy Tracy. So pretty much in the middle of those two here. And Lawson back through the line here. Jackie Godby starting to push into the orange and red power zone up on the front. She's doing 5.5 watts per kilo up there right now. And you can see why in the course elevation, just in the upper right corner, just making her way over that red section. So that's why she was into the red power zone. In fact, you can see it on the power profile there, a rare blip for Godby. And now on the way down, she can afford to let up. This is one of the few times you'll see her go under 200 watts in a scenario like this. Love this camera work. Flying high above. Riders on the RGT version of the Dirty Reaver course. It's sort of a gravel-ish race over in the UK. Very similar to our American gravel races. Very similar. They have different distance options. Great event coming up in April of this year, April 22nd, I believe. Riders doing a modified Dirty Reaver course set up for RGT. This is available to anyone on the platform. RGT allows people to put in any GPX file you want and ride that course, but this one is also built with a realistic world surrounding it as well. So a lot of the scenery that you'll see kind of matches up. Gabi on her way back to the line. You see that 750-meter marker. Give you a little preview of the run-in. In case we do have any close races later today, maybe in the elite men, our para or hand cycling races, we may see some 2, 3, 4 battles come to the line. So this is what the final little kicker will look like. Last little red section up the line, a 10% gradient on the way up. That'll make things interesting if you're with other riders. Gabi not going to have that problem to worry about today. You see the riders racing on virtual gravel out there today. Now, normally on the RGT platform, when riders ride on this course, the gravel has an increased rolling resistance. To make it realistic, when you get onto a paved section like this, typically the riders would be going faster. It would be easier to ride on this paved section. That gravel resistance is turned off for the Esports National Championships here. So they won't see a change in rolling resistance when they leave the pavement and go on to the virtual dirt sections. They will all have the same rolling resistance as pavement. So it more mimics a road course or a road national championship. So even though this is typically a gravel course, if you've ever ridden the Dirty Reaver course, you've probably felt the resistance increase when you go on to that gravel section, but that part is turned off for the national championships here, along with the steering feature that RGT just rolled out. Along with Wahoo, they have a new feature in the game that allows riders to use their phone to steer the players on the course. That was just recently rolled out, and so that is also blocked in the national championship here, just to make sure that everyone is riding fair, make sure that no one had to make any technical changes so close to the national championship. But I wouldn't be surprised to see that coming in future years here on RGT in the combined USA Cycling and Cycling Canada national championships. All right, so Godby on the right-hand side of your screen leading the U.S. National Championships. Lawson on the left-hand side of the screen leading your Canadian champs. As we said earlier, into our second day of streaming here at the ESports National, or second day of racing, I should say, here at the ESports National Championships. Only streaming today's races for pro women, pro men, hand cycles, and paracycles. But do want to congratulate our category winners from earlier. Junior men's race won by Liam Adams for the United States, and Patrick Harris, the Canadian junior men's national champion. Natalie Reclaw takes the Junior Women's National Championship for the U.S., and Julie Lehman for the Canadians. And then in the 35-plus Masters Women's category, we talked about Christy Tracy sitting third place in this race right now. She won that Masters race earlier yesterday. And Jose Rossignol, your Canadian Masters Women's National Champion. And then the Masters Men's won by Brian Kellison for the United States and Marc-Andre Fauché for the Canadians. So a new set and some returning champions in the Esports National Championships, and still 4 more categories to go today. But do want to congratulate our category winners from yesterday: Liam Adams, Patrick Harris, Natalie Reclaw, Julia Lehman, Christy Tracy, Jose Rossignol, Brian Kellison, and Marc-Andre Fauché. See the difference in power profiles and consistent wattage here between Jackie Godby on the right side of the screen, Lawson on the left. Godby's power profile barely moving over in the upper left corner of her screen. And then you see Lawson, a lot of ups and downs. Now that's what 90% of bike racers will look like. If you put even the best road riders or mountain bikers onto a virtual platform like this, it is so hard to maintain that steady power. This is something that Godby has been working on for the better part of 3 years now, and she has become an expert in this virtual category of racing. So it's an acquired skill that Jackie Godby has had plenty of time to master. Get some questions on Facebook about past results for yesterday's categories. We don't have those broken down in age category either, but results are available on RGTDB. The multiple Masters age categories all raced together. They were scored separately into 10-year age increments. I believe 10, might be 5-year increments, but those are not broken out in results yet. I think those will be released soon, but we do know the overall winners of those races. Available on rgtdb.com, and you can just scroll through the events and find which are the 4 races from yesterday you're looking for. So Godby making her way back to the big climb with around 31.5K to go. About 1.5K ahead of Marianne Lawson in second place on the left-hand side of your screen. Back up to the front with Jackie Godby just knocking out that 8% gradient with a 5.8 watt per kilo push up to the front here. And a rare look at Godby out of the saddle here. Now, I talked about how Godby is able to settle in and produce that really flat power profile. That's done from a seated position. You could almost never do that standing up. It's very rare that we see Godby leave the saddle, but just caught a glimpse of her there as we were going into her Zoom room here. Saw her standing up to get through that climb. So it must be tough out there. If you got Godby out of the saddle, that means that is a climb to be taken seriously. So Godby showing a rare moment of breaking that time trial form to get to the top of the climb here on the Dirty Reaver course. See Godby's fan set up in the lower left corner of our Zoom room, which actually has a specialized desk for virtual racing made by a company called Ceres, I believe. It's adjustable height, and obviously at the height perfect for viewing from the bike, and then it'll cut out for the front wheel so you can get right up on it. Talked about the preparation and consistency for someone like Jackie Godby. In real life, you have to worry about mechanicals on the bike when you're riding outside. In the virtual world, there are its own set of challenges, but they're a little different than what you deal with out on the real roads, IRL. But Wi-Fi is maybe the biggest issue that we see riders have, making sure that they have a solid connection that won't get dropped. A lot of riders will use a hardwired connection, an Ethernet cable, to get into their computer and go straight into their router. And then the other part that you have to worry about is the pairing between the trainer and the game, your computer or phone, whatever you're playing on. But I don't know that I've ever seen Godby have a mechanical. She's just always prepared, keeps her gear in top shape. Ironically enough, not ironically, it's no coincidence, she's also consistently the first rider to log on to both the game and the Zoom session. We're talking upwards of an hour beforehand, but just in case anything does go wrong, she wants to make sure that it's a low-stress environment to get that fixed before. So this is as close to a professional virtual racer as you're going to find anywhere in the world. Noticing Godby with the blue shoes, what I think are the Shimano shoes. That may be new for her. Been watching her all season in the Echelon Racing League, but I don't know that I've noticed the blue shoes before, so she may be rocking a new set here, trying a new set. Everyone's got their favorite shoes, but every once in a while you want to try something new. So wonder if Godby made the switch and prepared for the upcoming Esports World Championships here. She also uses a little bit of a rocker underneath here. You see that bike moving side to side just a little bit. She doesn't have the full rocker board that slides front to back and side to the multi-axis moving, as see that bike stays pretty steady underneath her. Sweat management, the other really important part of virtual racing. We talked about the fan earlier, but most riders keep a towel draped over the front handlebars. If you've ever spent a winter indoors riding the trainer, you know what kind of damage sweat can do to bike components, your handlebars, your tape, your headset. All those crucial components on the front of the bike can get damaged very quickly. She also keeps a towel over her front brakes. You see she still has the rim brakes up top and a white towel covering those. Sweat is incredibly corrosive, especially over time, and so if you keep your trainer set up and you're using it daily, it can wreak some real havoc from mechanics. So Godby and most other riders trying to stave that off. Godby just ticking under 28K to go. Gap is growing. Back to Marianne Lawson in second overall, currently leading the Canadians at 1.6K back. And then Christy Tracy at 2.3K back in third. Second place for the Americans. Got to be working her way past one of the bots on course. It's TLB Velo, our photographer out on course. Actually, they're able to take really incredibly high definition photos, screen grabs of this game, and they put those galleries up immediately following most of the Echelon Racing promotion events. Be looking forward to seeing some of those photos. Godby continuing to widen her lead here, trying to get it over 2K as she rolls back under the arch. Godby wearing her XXX racing kit. Originally started racing with that XXX racing program out of Chicago up in Illinois. They have a huge program for both cycling and triathletes. But her coach, Chris Navin, saw the potential in Godby as a triathlete and said, "You've got to try these virtual platforms." Turned out she was pretty good, including a ride at the ESports World Championships last year, ended up 5th place there. She'll be back for more this year. So Godby knocking out the stars and stripes, but she's hunting a World Championship rainbow jersey. Back to Christy Tracy, 2nd place for the Americans, 3rd place on course at a little under 28.5K to go for her. Just in time to catch the big climb here for Christy Tracy. I love it. All right, on to a 14% gradient on the way up. You see Tracy moving around side to side on top of that bike, putting everything she's got into those pedals underneath her. Did a good job of shifting, keeping a high cadence here, still spinning. Now, the game will adjust the resistance on these Rider Smart Trainers. If you're new to virtual racing, the riders can feel the change in elevation when they get onto a hilly section like this. It's not quite to the point, although the hardware does exist, where it's actually going to lift the bike up and make them go uphill, but it does increase the resistance on the trainer, so it feels like you're riding uphill. So Tracy putting out 260, 270 watts, somewhere around there right now. But a long way to go to the top of this and onto what is actually one of the easier sections right now with a relatively easy 3% gradient on the way up. She'll top out there, back into the time trial bars and back to work for Christy Tracy. Tracy head down. She is pushing here. This is a big effort for Christy Tracy right now. She may be looking at Marianne Lawson up the road here and saying, it's only 650 meters. I can close that down. So I wonder if Tracy maybe trying to make the catch on Lawson here at 27K to go. Certainly within striking distance. This may turn into a good one for 2nd and 3rd back here. Tracy using the rolling terrain here on the way down, taking the rest when she can get it. Just a tiny chance to zero out that power meter. Can feel real good when you've been at it for coming up on an hour here. 56:48 elapsed time for Christy Tracy out there. All right, so we'll watch Tracy onto the downhill section here. You see this blue section, one of the few 7% downhill parts, but see how she stays on the power here. She only has to do 180, 200 watts, so it is easier. There she'll give herself a little rest. A little time to refocus, recenter. Get ready for this next effort coming up. What goes down must go back up on the Dirty Reaver course, an unfortunate truth of bike racing. Back up to Jackie Godby. 21.4K to go for her as she goes over 400 meters on her climbing resume for the day today. Godby has built up a 2.8K lead over Marianne Lawson in second spot. So Godby running away with this one today. And this is not a strange scenario for Jackie Godby. She has won many a race in dominant solo fashion like this. So she's used to riding alone. She's used to the time trial format. She does a really good job of maximizing this time. Even though she's alone, even though she's got this locked up, she'll use it to do things like interval training, focus on her form, just tweaking all the little things that go into making virtual racing just right. And Godby constantly trying to improve on those things. So even though she's in competition here, it looks like she's got this one wrapped up. You can be sure there are 100 things that Jackie Godby is working on right now. All right, on to the climb for Jackie Godby now. 6.8% on the way up here. Just over an hour in the saddle for her. And now out of the saddle to make her way to the top of this climb. Godby into the red power zone. You can see how she stepped that power up on the power profile for the climb, going from, let's say, 380 up to around 450, 470, somewhere around there. So a higher plateau on the climb for Jackie Godby with her power profile. It'll be interesting to see where that drops back down to, but you can see the distinct and significant jump in that power. Lower power, but still spinning the legs on the way down for Godby here. Getting some insight into the setup for Christy Tracy from Jamie Tracy in Facebook, Christy's husband, talking about their setup down in Texas. It's a fan and a portable window unit to keep her cool. Makes sense. You see Godby with the split duct behind her and then the fan in front. When Godby starts in these races, when she first shows up on Zoom, she is in a oftentimes full coat and hat that she'll be wearing pre-race because they get it as cold as they can down in the basement there. The ideal temperature for riding is somewhere around 55 degrees. If you're looking at the physiological peak of the human body trying to maximize its performance, you want to do it in right around a 55 degree ambient temperature area. So for a lot of riders, it's just about getting it as cool as they can. And then you do need that airflow to encourage the evaporative cooling of the sweat. And there's going to be a lot of it if you've ever ridden the trainer. It's sometimes amazing how much sweat you really produce when it's not being wicked away and evaporating while you're moving through the air out in the real world. Godby getting ready to head out for her last lap on the Dirty Reaver course here. Ready for her last 18K and last 300 meters of elevation gain to go. That means one more time up this little kicker just after the start line. You see Jackie Godby looking over to the left a little bit here, as that is probably going to be John Cooper getting ready for his race. Her partner and part-time Swan Years, I think, going to be participating in our elite men's race, getting warmed up for that one. So two great riders riding together in real life here, a power couple of virtual racing, if you will. John still has a little time before his race. The elite men will be checking in with them. But right now we are focused on our elite women's finish here with Jackie Godby closing in on her last 18K of racing. All right, so there is the start-finish line that Jackie Godby has just gone under. She heads out for her final loop of the Dirty Reaver course here. Meanwhile, looking at the gap between Lawson and Tracy, there was a point where we were wondering if Tracy may be able to catch on to Lawson here. It's still doable, about 500 meters between the two of them. So pretty soon, Christy Tracy should be able to see Lawson just over the road. They come into sight right around 300 meters. So if Tracy's able to make up just a little more time, she might be able to catch sight of Lawson and then hopefully get into the draft and try and sit on. Some more insight in the Facebook chat. Folks talking about the preparations of virtual racing. Jamie Tracy also talking about the power requirements for riding. They put the hard line back to the router on a UPS, an uninterruptible power supply. It's like a battery backup. So even if they do lose power, the internet and computer will continue to run and should at least get them through the end of the race, hopefully. And from what I saw, they needed every bit of that over the last few weeks. Been battling some really crazy conditions down there in Texas. You know, Jamie was running around the house getting everything hooked up and dialed in. Christy tweeting her amazement. Always be prepared. That's what they say. Sounds like the Tracy's pretty well prepared down there in Texas. You see Jackie Godby getting a little bit of nutrition from her partner, John Cooper. And you can be sure that that was a planned, segmented part of the nutritional strategy. Each rider will have their own sort of nutrition plan for the race, from bottles to food to gels. It's going to be about an hour and a half, maybe a little less for Jackie Godby, but you still got to replenish those supplies for a competition like this. So Godby hitting a gel there and getting back to it. All right, so Godby with 15 kilometers of racing to go. Our elite men just inside of 10 minutes to the start of their race. We'll keep an eye on the first part of that, but we do want to stay with our elite women's race all the way through the finish, and then we'll take you over to elite men's coverage. There'll be plenty of time for them to work out their split, doing 3 laps of that Dirty Reaver course as well. So make sure that we give the women their due time on course and on camera here, and then we'll move over to the men. So really only 2 more climbing sections left for Jack Yabe. Maybe 2.5. There's one last little kick before the line, but the first one coming about maybe a quarter of the way through the lap. Second one just before halfway. Up to the top of the big hill. And then a long descent before it flattens out, and one last little red section to kick up before the finish there. See the way Godby let off the power a little bit perfectly coincides with a brief blue section on the elevation profile. Really knows how to ride this course well, doing a great job of using the course features to be as efficient as possible. Back out of the saddle on the way up here. Godby almost stalking that screen in front of her, looking like she's ready to rip that thing right off of her training table in front of her. Sometimes that's what it takes to get through the gradient here on the Sturdy Weaver course, almost to the top here. And she'll be just over 13K to go when she gets there. Godby continuing to widen her lead here, just over 3K ahead of Marianne Lawson and 3.6K ahead of Christy Tracy. Lawson, a new name for us on the RGT platform, may have spent some time on Zwift. I know she was on that 2024 Virginia Blue Ridge Devo team. So we'll just spend a lot of time racing on the Zwift platform with them. But Godby and Tracy are no strangers to each other either. They have raced together in past editions of the Echelon Racing League, actually former teammates, before Godby moved on with her Triple X squad. And Christy Tracy riding with that 3T Q&M team. Really impressive to see Christy Tracy back on the bike after being hit by a car just a year ago. It was pretty scary for Christy Tracy for a time there, but went through the recovery, did the work, and now back out here riding like the old champ that we came to know and love in the ERL. So really good to see Christy back and racing. Nice to have you back on the bike. Coming up on 12:30 Eastern time, which means our men's race just about to get underway over in a perfect mirror of this virtual world. They'll be riding on the same course, but on a different server, which means that there won't be any interaction between the elite women and elite men on course. There are your elite men in the starting pen. We'll stay with them for just a little bit. Let's watch this start here and see if anyone jumps out early before we go back and follow our women all the way through the finish here. But elite men, you see a much bigger field here. This will certainly change the dynamics in this race, and they'll need to really have a good grasp on the way that the physics of RGT work for a big field like this. And you're already seeing some riders struggling from the line here. In RGT, you have to ramp up the power before the clock hits zero. Basically, you want to be at maximum power as the clock ticks down to zero, as the race starts. And I think a few riders maybe missed that memo, possibly new to the RGT platform. So I do see a few riders falling off the back, not a lot of separation at the front here. So I think this hill is going to be the great equalizer early on for this group. Corrigan going to lead them up to the top. Some very strong names right behind him. Luca Versli up to the front here as well. Another very strong rider from the Echelon Racing League. Saw Zach Nair trying to get up there as well. So we are starting to see some separation up on the front of this men's field. Still got plenty of racing to go for them. 52K with Luca Versli on the front of that. We'll go back over to Jackie Godby finishing up our elite women's race with 10K to go for her. All right, so Godby under 10K to go. I'm watching the gap between Lawson and Tracy back in the race for second and third here. At one point, it had gone down to around 300 meters, but I think that was probably related to the elevation. We're closer to 500 meters right now. Back to Tracy out the back door of Ann Lawson here. $13K, 450 meters. It can be done for Christy Tracy, but remember, she's kind of been dangling at that same distance for the better part of this hour and 20 minutes of elapsed racing. But wouldn't be surprised to see a big late surge from Christy Tracy here. So still doable, but Lawson trying to hold on to this second place overall finish. Either way, she's going to hold on for a Canadian National Championship. Lawson will be the Canadian champ, but for the overall race today, not that it really matters as long as she locks up that jersey, but a competitor is a competitor. I think Lawson will try and hold on to this one if she can. Gap down to 330. Back to Tracy. Really cool views on this Dirty Reaver course. They race around a man-made lake is part of the course that they race on, and so it's all planted and managed forest all the way around. See the light leaks that were programmed into this game. One of the unique parts about riding through the pine forest on that Dirty Reaver course over in the UK. They call it UK's largest gravel race. Get over and try that one day. Christy Tracy bringing this down under 350 meters now, getting closer to 300 meters. But just dangling there. See, she's doing a higher watt per kilo. Tracy averaging somewhere closer to 4, as Lawson does low 3s to 3.5s. Like she'll step on it a little here, maybe seeing the objects in her rear view mirror might be closer than they appear. Really just going to be a numbers game for Tracy and Lawson in these last 11.5K. Tracy has brought it under 300 meters. Here she comes. .240 for Tracy now. Lawson upping her game, trying to raise her average up to 3.6, 3.7, peaking to 4 here as Tracy brings it to 200 meters. Here we go. Christy Tracy trying to make the catch in the last 11.5K here. The effort has begun. 175 meters now. Now Tracy, if she keeps going like this, she may make this catch with, let's say, 10K to go. That creates a liability because Lawson can then just sit on and try and out sprint her at the end. So this is where you start to get into some strategy of virtual racing. I think Tracy probably wants to try and go right by Lawson, try and get rid of her. Don't let her sit on your wheel. There is a draft in RGT where riders can save a significant amount of energy by drafting off of another rider. But if Tracy can go by Lawson quick enough, then Lawson maybe won't be able to catch on to that draft. We'll wait and see. 150 meters for Christy Tracy trying to get up to Marianne Lawson here. And this climb may make or break this effort for Tracy, depending on whether she's feeling the climbing or not today on the Dirty Reaver course. We'll see. Down to 100 meters now. Meanwhile, Lawson not panicking. Don't see her going into the red power zone a whole lot until she gets onto the climb, which she's at right now. And now Tracy can see her on the switchback, just to the left-hand side of the gameplay screen. It is so much easier to chase something that you can see. Now Tracy got the avatar right on her screen at 50 meters up the road, but she's on the steepest part of this climb, 16% grade for Tracy, as Lawson going to slip away up the road while she deals with the toughest part of this climb. Gap going out a little bit as Lawson completes the climb. Tracy still on it. So that's going to allow Lawson to roll over off the top, open up a little more time. And then once Tracy gets to the top, that'll give us a more accurate depiction. You can see Tracy battling this resistance right now. Big gear, starting to pedal squares out there towards the end of this hour-and-a-half effort for them now with 10.4K to go. This is painful. Anyone who's ever done this on the train or has ever spent a significant amount of time, right around the hour-and-a-half mark for a lot of people is where it really starts to get annoying. Now, probably not for ultra-endurance cyclist Christy Tracy, but there's just something about riding on the trainer that makes it that much tougher. And then when you get into these big effort sections, it's almost magnified on the trainer. All right, Tracy working her way off the top of the climb. She's got Lawson at 50 meters up the road. And she's going to stay on it. Tracy wants to get there ASAP. Now you'll see, look at the upper left-hand corner. It's showing where she's going to get the draft, and then it'll let her know when she picks up the draft. So that indicator showing the two bikes coming together is letting Christy Tracy know how much closer she needs to get before she starts getting a drafting advantage off the rear wheel of Lawson here. So she's got a little more to close the gap before she gets into the draft. Then you'll see it showing the wattage saving. And then we have to wait and see if Tracy decides to stay with her or go by her. So at 26 kilometers an hour, you're going to have to be pretty close to get into a draft here, but she should just about be there. And right about here, now you see it starting to show saving 7 watts, 8 watts. That'll go up as she gets closer. You got to stay in the envelope here. It looks like Tracy more than happy to sit on to this one. She doesn't seem like she's in a real hurry to get by. See if she gets closer to that rear wheel. Wattage saving goes up to 20 watts now. It's going to be a great final 10K for these two. And here we go. Tracy going to make the move. On a little 3.5% gradient. Lawson with the counter punch. Oh, this is getting good out there between the Canadian Lawson, the American Tracy, who has just caught on. Marianne Lawson, they're going to descend together, and you can see even Christy Tracy knows she's in for a good finish out there today. It's going to be a fun one at the Esports National Championships. All right, so as these two battle it out, Jackie Godby coming up on 3K to her finish. So she is just about to wrap things up here on a beautiful Dirty River course. She will end this one with almost a 6-kilometer lead over those two behind her. Christy Tracy, the goal today was just not get lapped by Jackie Godby, which is a legitimate concern for even some of the best virtual cyclists that I know. Godby is really just riding on another level. Super excited to see her take on the World Championships coming up here. She has a very, very good chance of bringing home a medal for the United States. Just off the podium last year. So we'll see if she gets it right this year. But certainly looking to be on good form here. If you look at these numbers, you look at the power profile, you look at the way that she's riding, all things seem to be lining up for Jackie Godby. See, again, another perfect power plateau being formed on her power profile. It's just amazing to watch Godby ride with such consistency. By the minute, by the hour, by the week. Godby done her last 2K. These are going to go quickly because she does have a downhill section here. An 8% descent on the way down where she can do a nice, cool, relaxed 175 watts. And her last couple kilometers to the line. Beautiful view over the bridge. Be working her way back under that here very shortly. Going to the Flamme Rouge here in just a bit. The red flag for 1K to go. And Godby will wrap it up. We'll go back and watch Lawson and Tracy then duke it out before we go over and pick up our elite men's coverage happening right now. Godby with the red arch in sight. The red flag hanging in the middle. That means she's down to her last 1,000 meters of racing here at the Esports National Championships. Jackie Godby riding her way to a U.S. National Championship. Marianne Lawson behind her, riding her way to a Canadian Championship. But first, she's got to outsprint Christy Tracy. We're going to watch that as we watch Jackie Godby finishing up here. And even a rider with a 6-kilometer lead over the nearest competitors behind her at 700 meters to go won't let up here. She's going to stay at 320, 330 watts here. Anything can happen, and Jackie Godby knows it. The mind of a champion. Even going to get out of the saddle for this last little kicker to the line here. Well, this is a fun way to end. It's going to be close to an hour and 40 minutes on the bike for Jackie Godby. A 10% gradient to the finish, and she will crush it out of the saddle like it's nothing. Back onto the pavement for Jackie Godby. And that'll be it for her eSports National Championship. She's going to have the Stars and Stripes jersey to wear into the 2023-24 season for XXX Racing's Jackie Godby, sprinting all the way to the line. And your winner here in the Dirty Reaver course. Little fist bump, little celebration. And as Godby wraps things up for first, this is the battle for second with 5.5K to go. Marianne Lawson and Christy Tracy battling it out, the cross-border battle here. Nice move from Tracy here. You want to talk about a strong attack? It took Lawson a couple seconds to respond to that one. Christy Tracy just lit a rocket. So Tracy trying to stay on the gap here and get Lawson out of the draft. She has done it. Lawson no longer gaining an advantage off the rear wheel of Tracy. She's got to keep this gap up and keep Lawson out of the slipstream. Tracy going, gone at 70 meters up the road now. Lawson, though, not throwing in the towel yet. But Tracy starting to widen this lead, using those little course changes to her advantage, little ups and downs where Tracy launched, and now she's got to stay on it for the last 4.3K to go. Lawson back to 75 meters to get to Christy Tracy now. This might have been a perfect move by Tracy. Did a really good job of shaking Lawson off the wheel. She rode with her just long enough to recover, just long enough to get a little rest, sit in the draft, calm things down a little bit, and then launch a violent attack to get away. That's exactly what Christy Tracy did. And here's Tracy taking this back over 100 meters over Lawson now. As they're maintaining that effort, this is not an easy ride for Tracy right now. You combine the quick effort of an attack to get away with the endurance effort of an hour and 42 elapsed time. And that adds up to a pain sandwich for Christy Tracy here. This riding by Tracy today really speaks to the importance of being able to play the game on whatever platform you're racing on, whether it's RGT, Zwift, Rovi. The ability to understand the platform and use those racing tactics in a way that benefits your riding style is something that is becoming more and more important as we see these races get more and more tactical. So Tracy did a really good job of riding her own race. She didn't blow up too early, made the catch, and then use some tactics to sit on before the attack. It's a classic move on the road. When you catch a breakaway or swallow a rider up, a lot of times you'll sit on and recover for a little bit, give them sort of a false sense of security while you load up for the next attack. And that's exactly what Tracy did. But the important thing is she not only had the legs today, but she had the strategy to back it up. You can have the best legs in the world, but if you don't understand how the game is played, you don't understand the racing dynamics, those legs won't do you a whole lot of good. There have been riders with incredible power numbers on the road that just get smoked when they come to these virtual racing platforms because they don't understand how to use that power on a platform like RGT. But Tracy just demonstrated a PhD in gameplay at the ESports National Championships today. All right, so Christy Tracy about to wrap up second place on course, second place for the U.S., and then Marianne Lawson will be third behind her, your Canadian esports national champion. We'll watch Christy wrap up her last 1.8K here. It'll be a fast one on the way down, and then we'll go pick up coverage of the elite men's race underway right now. Sounds like a little split happening there in the opening kilometers, but we'll have plenty of time to pick up the action there. These riders going to wrap up the day. Winning time for Jackie Gabi, just a little over an hour and a half. Elite men could be a little faster than that. Coming up on the last kilometer for Christy Tracy. There's the red arch for her, the red flag. And that'll take her into the last 1,000 meters of racing. Remember, last kilometer does include one little last kick up to the line. You can see that ominously hanging in the upper right corner for Christy Tracy, but it looks like she should be good over Marianne Lawson here. Has successfully opened up 100 meters, but Lawson hanging in A lot of times you'll see riders blow up after they get dropped from a group. Marianne Lawson has not given up on this one yet. She's still breathing down the neck of Tracy here at 750 meters to go, but I don't think she's going to have enough real estate to bring this back unless she can put on an exceptional last little climb here in the last 700 meters. But we need to see that gap starting to come down right now. It is a little bit because Tracy on the climb, but not taking a significant chunk out before this one wraps up to the top. It may still happen, though. Looks like Tracy up and over, and now the gap starts going back out to Lawson. As she gets to 500 meters, Lawson out of sight behind her. So Christy Tracy going to hold on, I think, for second place here, the 3T Q&M rider. After winning her age category national champ yesterday, got out here with the elite women today, and that'll be good for second place. Overall, with Marianne Lawson winning your Canadian Esports National Championships as Tracy makes her way onto the pavement. In and done for Christy Tracy. Great tactics from Christy Tracy today. She will end up second place overall as Jackie Godby wins the Esports National Championships for the women, and Marianne Lawson will win the Esports National Championships for the Canadian women. Meanwhile, over to our elite men's field. Looks like 4 riders getting away. Thrall, Bickley, Catanzaro, and Verslee going 270 meters clear of the rest of the riders behind them. Looks like the rest of the group staying together. So not much unfolding here other than this split of 4. And we'll see how these guys work together or not, as Catanzaro puts some power up on the front, causing a little split in this front group of 4. So you can see the gap on the left-hand side of the screen back to the other riders, 320, 330 meters back. These are 4 very powerful riders up here in this breakaway, and they all have experience on the RGT platform. So this is a real problem for these riders back in the main field. If you miss this move or let it go, those panic bells better be ringing. And I would not be surprised to see some riders getting on the proximity chat here and trying to recruit a little bit of help to bring back these names. The problem is there's not a lot of riders that can do it. Looking at the top 10 on the standings here, I see names like Mason Roca, Travis Samuel, Zach Nair. If these guys can all cooperate, they may be able to bring these 4 back. But right now, this is a dangerous, dangerous quad up the road with 1 American and 3 Canadians. Thrall, Bickley, and Verslee all north of the border, and Scott Catanzaro, the lone American in this split. So he's got to be loving this one right now. This is a great setup for Catanzaro. Back to the chase group. Mir trying to lead the group with, looks like Corrigan just in front of him. The problem is this is not a greatly organized effort. You would hope to see this group all together. They're not optimizing their power as a group. Mason Roca trying to get up there in the Stars and Stripes jersey, defending champ. But this gap going up 470 meters back now. So now Mir and Corrigan linking up together. They've got a little space. Back to 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th spot on the road here. Meanwhile, looking at the gaps in that front group of 4, looks like Catanzaro might be in just a little bit of trouble. He was just dangling at the back. Part of that is because Verslee, Thrall, and Bickley are putting a massive effort on the front. These guys peaking up to in excess of 5 watts per kilo. Corrigan knows he's got to go now. Corrigan and Mir are feeling the pressure of this group up the road. And just like in real life, if there's ever a time to go, it's when this gap is at least manageable. If these guys keep rotting the way that they have been in the first 4, this gap's only going to get bigger, and Mir and Corrigan know it, so they're trying to make it across the gap as quickly as they can before it gets any bigger. All right, back up to the front group. Looks like things calming down for these guys a little bit. You can see how the power profile changes. They are riding into an easier power zone, and it looks like they're more than happy to sit in and draft together. At this point, these guys may want to continue working together just to stave off 5th place on down behind them. Corrigan, Mir, Cowan, Nair, McCarroll, LaChance all trying to make it up there. And just as I say that, Luca Verslee put some power in. Tom Thrall going to go with him. Scott Canzaro trying to respond now. And then Brad Bickley coming over the top of both of them. So now Bickley gets to the front onto the gravel section here. You can see the massive wattage saving here. When you're with a big group of 4, saving upwards of 150 watts if you're in the right spot here. So that speaks to the efficiency of riding together, riding with this group. And one of the key parts of racing on RGT is understanding this drafting dynamic and being able to use it to your advantage. So it looks like these guys are doing just that right now. Catanzaro struggling again. And these guys are beating each other up in this group of 4. Verslee seems to be the early aggressor in here. Just as things would calm down, you'd see Luca's back on the attack. And that's what he's doing right now. He almost caught Catanzaro off guard. He was able to yo-yo back up. And now right onto the wheel. Hitting it onto the 8% gradient now. Look at Verslee inside his pain cave here. I think was the driver of this group earlier. And he has succeeded in opening up 550 meters over the group behind them. They're not gaining a whole lot of time anymore, but they did get that quick jump to successfully split away. Looks like he's taking a little time to recover now. Wouldn't be surprised to see another jump from this guy. Incredibly aggressive racer. He likes to ride hard. He likes to ride fast. A little bit of a gambler. He's not afraid to take risks. He's not afraid to go big. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him even leave this group of 4 behind, because there's some tough competition in here, including the American Catanzaro. But Verslee has to worry about Brad Bickley and Tom Thrall. Those are going to be his 2 Canadian opponents out there. Remember, they race together but are scored separately here in the Esports National Championships combined for the Americans and Canadians. A little separation for Bickley. Verslee taking the opportunity to grab some water here. One of the calmer moments in this group of 4 that we've seen since they started 39 minutes ago. But ever since they established this split, they tried a couple times to shake each other, but nothing successful yet up at the front of our elite men's race. Meanwhile, Corrigan, Mir, Cowan, Blazovic all trying to work together to bring this one back. Well, work together might be a little strong. When we look at the gaps here, Corrigan and Mir riding together. Another 50 meters back to LaChance and McCarroll. And then 5 or 10 meters back to Nair, Samuel, and Blazovic. Gap down under 500 meters as they start at the bottom of this little climb here. Keep an eye on the gap, see if anyone hits it on the climb. Meanwhile, back to the chasers, Corrigan and Mir in 5th and 6th place on the road. About 90 meters ahead of the closest riders behind them. That'll be McCarroll, Samuel, Cowan, Nair. They're all riding together, so there's a pretty good group behind these guys. But Corrigan and Mir in the uncomfortable position of being stuck in the gap between the leaders and the field. So we'll call this Chase 1 on course as these 2 Americans try to link up and join the lone American in the breakaway, Scott Catanzaro. Right now, these guys riding into 2nd and 3rd place for the Americans in the Esports National Championships. Mir and Corrigan onto the climb now. Looks like Mir going to hit out first, but Corrigan doing a nice job staying on the wheel past Tammy Brimner there, our on-course photographer. Onto the painful section here. 28K to go, but a 10% gradient on the way up for these two. Yeah, and here you go, Zach Nair starting to bring this back as Nair puts in a huge effort on this climb. He catches on to Mir and Corrigan. And now we'll see if he sits in or goes by this group, but certainly attacked on the climb. So Nair looking to maybe lock up a podium spot here. As again, this will be the race for second and third for these three Americans, with Scott Canzaro, the lone American, your leader up in that front group. Gap is growing 600 meters, but part of that is because they just made it to the top of the climb. So we'll wait until things flatten out to get a uninflated gap here. Great move by Zach Nair, though. Absolutely flew up there. Covered a, we'll call it a 150-meter gap to get up to these guys. Now he's just got to cover a 650-meter gap to get up to those guys. Meanwhile, looking at these gaps up to the lead group, looks like Luca Versli might be in a little bit of trouble. See the first three at 780 meters, and Versli is now about 70 meters back. So, talked about the gamble earlier, riding really hard early on. He may be paying that gambling debt right now as he finds himself off the back of this front group. -1 Canadian in that front group of four, as Bickley, Thrall, Catanzaro drop Luca Versli out of that front group. Not sure if he had any issues or not, or if just lost the wheels up in front of him. Sometimes you see riders with power dropouts or connection dropouts, whatever that is. Sometimes they'll register power or register a connection, but it shows 0 power. So sometimes you see riders deal with e-mechanicals, but I'm not sure that was the case for Versli today. Lead group of 3 on the right-hand side of your screen, still all together, riding like a compact group here. Now, I think Bickley and Thrall will be happy to get rid of Versli. That's one less guy they have to worry about. The concern, I'm not sure if is still around being caught by the riders behind them. These 3 guys, if they cooperate, should be able to hold this field off, and then it just becomes a 3-up sprint to the line. That last little kicker, you better hope you brought your climbing legs today in the last punch up to the line here. So I think these 3 will be happy to lose one. Still 25K to go. They could have used that extra engine for a little longer, but not at the expense of possibly giving up a podium spot here. Catanzaro with the best setup of all, guaranteeing himself a national championship if he can stay with this front group, if he keeps this front group in line. So he's probably trying to make peace between Thrall and Bickley right now, saying, Tom, this is Brad. Brad, this is Tom. You guys are going to be very good friends for the next 25 kilometers as you guide me to an esports national championships, and then let you two sprint out the scraps out of the breakaway. If this does stay the same, one of those two would be the Canadian champ, as again, they are scored separately here. Remember, Thrall and Catanzaro, next eSport teammates, so they ride on the same trade team together. Obviously, things a little different in a combined national championship, but I would not be surprised to see Catanzaro trying to help Thrall to beat Bickley in this scenario. Meanwhile, Luca Versli going a little farther back. He is now at 158 meters. They should barely have him in sight. This is Scott Catanzaro in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. Catanzaro taking on a little nutrition here as he chases back onto the back of this group. I was talking earlier about Catanzaro sort of yo-yoing back and forth off the back of this group, wondering if maybe he was in trouble, but seeing that he was just back grabbing a snack right now makes me think that it was more of a choice, an attention lapse, let's call it, rather than a bio issue for Catanzaro here. So he looks to be doing just fine down in his next, presented by Insured Pain Cave. He's got a nice little setup down there. The lights, got the backdrop, the virtual racing singlet top. That next team got their guys all kitted out. And Catanzaro even opening up a little bit of time in this group of four. Bad news for Versli, who's trying to get in there, but it's holding at 130 meters for him right now. Catanzaro consistently staying off the front of this group just a little bit. I wonder if he is maybe trying to put Tom Thrall on the ropes a little bit. Or Bickley, sorry. Try and help out his teammate, Tom Thrall. It would be perfect for these guys if they could just get rid of Bickley the way that they did with Versli. So, see if they try anything funny in the next 21K to try and shake another rider out of this group of what was 4. It is now down to 3, with Luca Versli being the odd man out, number 4 in the gap right now. Catanzaro back on it. Bickley in trouble I think Catanzaro and Thrall are 1-2ing Brad Bickley here. They're just beating up on this poor guy. Catanzaro went first, Thrall went after. Now he's got Thrall right on the wheel, and they'll go hard here to keep Bickley out of this group. So don't be surprised to see Catanzaro and Thrall lift the tempo here if Bickley starts to come back. Because, yeah, you see Thrall, or Catanzaro right here, chatting with Tom Thrall right here. You see his mouth moving. What he's doing is talking to Tom Thrall here and working through the strategy. How hard can you go? All we need to do is make sure we keep Brad Bickley out of the picture here. But there's absolutely some next insured teammate teamwork going on up here in this front group as Thrall and Catanzaro working together here. Crucial time in the race right now. This will be the last chance for Bickley to get an eye at a national championship here, because if he doesn't catch on to this group, Catanzaro and Thrall will be able to ride away with this one to take themselves 1 and 2. So it is crunch time for Brad Bickley. They already got rid of Verslee, now they're trying to get rid of Bickley. So now this becomes a game for Bickley and Verslee. I would expect them to link up here as Thrall and Catanzaro have rapidly opened up 280 meters over Brad Bickley in just that short a time. So Bickley and Verslee will be back together here very soon. Verslee is about 120 meters off the rear wheel of Bickley right now. Then that battle that we were watching earlier, Corrigan, Mir, and Nair back in 5th, 6th, and 7th place. Still hanging tough. Good thing Nair went across that gap and got in, because those two did stay away. It's about half a kilometer between the chasers and the field, so they're stuck right in the middle. Beautiful work by Catanzaro and Thrall. It's really impressive to see the ability to smoothly communicate and execute on that. That chase group on the right-hand side of your screen, Mir, Nair, and Corrigan in 5th, 6th, and 7th place on course. That means that your 3rd place Canadian rider is still back in that main field in the race for 8th place on down behind them, because all Americans up front here, aside from Thrall, Bickley, and Verslee in the front group. Nair playing this one perfectly after bridging up. I think he's hoping to ride these guys close enough to a gap that he can try and make it across to at least Bickley and Verslee. He may not be able to make it up to Catanzaro and Thrall, but My guess would be that Nair just using this as a launching pad to try and get across up to that front group after missing the move early. Thrall and Catanzaro onto the climb on the left-hand side of your screen, opening up 270 meters over Bickley and Verslee, who have come together. We're going to stay on this chase group, which I guess we'll now start calling Chase 2 on the right-hand side of your screen, because you've got your leaders in first and second, then Bickley and Verslee in third and fourth. We'll call that Chase 1. And then fifth, sixth, and seventh on the right-hand side of your screen in Chase 2. Peloton behind them, and not by much. That Peloton only about 300 meters back from Chase 2 on the road. Meanwhile, Catanzaro and Thrall locked in, perfectly riding together, using their strength for the good of their next insured team. And they may also be riding their way to dual national championship jerseys for that squad. 17K to go for the Chasers, just under 17 for the leaders at 16.7K to go. So that'll send them out on their final loop of the Dirty Reaver course here. So you see the course profile across the bottom of the screen. Here is what things look like from the Velo Viewer app. If you're familiar with the Velo Viewer service, it gives you a basically 3D look at the course. So you can see where the big climbing is. The start finish is right at the bottom of the elevation, basically the lowest point on the course. So they climb for a good long portion early on, and then this long descent before one last little kicker before the finish line. It finishes on a pretty serious gradient, but most of the climbing is done over these long sections. So they're out on their last loop, and it basically breaks down to 3 more big climbs for our leaders. Looks like Corrigan maybe struggling a little bit back in the chase group. Catanzaro with a little bit of separation behind Tom Thrall as well here, but something tells me he'll be able to get Thrall back. Here goes Zach Nair on the right-hand side of your screen. This could be an attack from Nair. This is what I was talking about earlier, just waiting until these guys were no longer of use to him. Used that climb, got to the top of it, and now it looks like Zach Nair might be on the attack a little bit. Opened up 20 meters over Corrigan and Mir. So now Nair is going to try and go across this gap to Thrall and Catanzaro. Mir and Corrigan bring him back. Putting Nair back into the fold at 700 meters behind the leaders now. This gap is only getting bigger for Zach Nair, so this is going to be sort of an all-in moment. Are you happy with a silver medal or trying to sprint for a silver medal, or do you go all in, risk the silver and bronze in pursuit of the gold? The only way he's going to walk home with a gold medal today is catching that front group with Scott Catanzaro in it, the best placed American in this field. course, Nair would have to get through Verslee and Bickley first. That's 700 meters, and then about another 700 up to Thrall and Catanzaro. So if you start doing the math in your head right now, it's 16K to go. You've got to make up 1.5 kilometers to get up to the leaders, 700 meters to get up to the next group. It's not looking good for these chasers in Chase 2 on the right-hand side of your screen. They are rapidly running out of time to close down a consistently rising gap up to the 2 leaders, Thrall and Catanzaro, and the 3 chasers, Bickley, Verslee, 2 chasers, sorry, with Bickley and Verslee. Back up to Scott Catanzaro, the front of this group, with his next esport presented by Insured teammate, Tom Thrall. Catanzaro, a 2021 national champion, I believe. So no stranger to the national championships here. No stranger to the RGT platform either. Both of these guys have raced on RGT extensively, Thrall and Catanzaro. So no surprise to see that paying off here at the national championships. Catanzaro calmly letting a little space open up. Also an experienced racer on the road. He rides out of the Washington, D.C. area. Seen him race with the elite fields at the Armed Forces Cycling Classic in Arlington, Virginia. And usually finds his way midfield there. So to hang with that group on a 100K crit at Armed Forces says a lot about Catanzaro's ability to suffer, ability to hang in there. So no stranger to long, tough days in the saddle. All right, so Catanzaro looking comfortable up here with his teammate, Tom Thrall. These 2 guys on the right side of your screen, though, not as comfortable as Luca Verslee and Brad Bickley try to make it back up to the group that dropped them just about 20 minutes ago. And they have now since found each other in the gap. Looks like Verslee going a little harder on the way up here. Gaps Bickley off a little bit. Now, this would be good news for the guys behind him. Mir, Nair, and Corrigan trying to catch these guys before the finish, at least pick up 2 more places. The fact that they're not cooperating and riding together the way that Thrall and Catanzaro are is good news for the riders in 5th, 6th, and 7th positions. So Verslee and Bickley would be well advised to cooperate here. There's no reason to race against each other right now because they have a much bigger threat behind them in that Mir, Corrigan, and Nair group. Just under 12K to go for our leaders up at the front. Verslee continuing to grow his gap over Bickley at just around 12.5K to go. All right, so Catanzaro and Thrall up to the front here, riding lockstep, or lock pedal stroke, maybe I should say. Even taking turns pulling for each other. You see Thrall moving up to the front here just before they get to this corner. Terrible news for Verslee and Bickley. These two guys are riding perfectly out there today. Looking at our leaderboard on the left-hand side of the screen, I'm looking back at the main field. Looks like a few riders have jumped away from what we were calling the peloton. That was the race for 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th place. And now Lachance and Cowan have gotten away from that group. So that will create a fourth group on the road here with your two leaders in Group 1, your lead group. Then Verslee and Bickley in Chase 1. Mir, Nair, and Corrigan are Chase 2. And then these guys become Chase 3 with Lachance and Cowan just ahead of the peloton. These guys have opened up about 720 meters over the rest of the main group. All right, so all kinds of great battles unfolding out there as we go back up to our front two, Thrall and Catanzaro. Not expecting to see a whole lot of separation between these guys. I would be surprised if there was any major attacking going on. Maybe once they get inside the last kilometer, something like that, they can afford to just have a little bit of fun out there and start play games with each other. But right now, they still need to make sure that they keep Verslee and Bickley out of the conversation. It's not really important for Catanzaro. He's going to win the U.S. Esports National Championships one way or another. But Thrall has his Canadian compatriots to worry about behind him. These guys not coming back anytime soon. Widening their lead over Verslee and Bickley in third and fourth place. They're over a kilometer ahead now with 8.3K to go. The last downhill section here, the numbers not in favor of the chasers out there today. So on paper, Catanzaro and Thrall should have this one wrapped up. It'll be interesting to watch how the two teammates sprint it out. But either way, these guys both on their way to a national championship. Look at this, a little separation back in third and fourth. Luca Verslee has said goodbye to Brad Bickley now to try to lock up third place here as he puts a little under 300 meters into Bickley since we last checked in with them. Verslee finding a second wind out there today. Verslee starting to get into it. You can see doesn't quite have the spry demeanor that he did an hour and 17 ago. As Verslee starting to feel the effort out there. Only 7.5K to go for him, though. Bickley back to 175 meters behind Verslee. That's the battle that he is locked into right now. Make no mistake about it, there's no chance of Verslee catching on to Thrall and Catanzaro up the road at 6.5K to go, trying to overcome a 1 kilometer deficit. Just not going to happen. But Verslee and Bickley still have a chance to trade positions here, and I think that's what Verslee is worried about right now, trying to keep Bickley off of his wheel. They will not be caught by Corrigan, Nair, and Mir behind them, the third group on the road. And they won't be caught by Cowan, LaChance, and company behind them. So it looks like most of these groups going to stay together. I don't know that we'll see many crossovers in the last 10K or so here. Your leaders down to their last 5K for Thrall and Catanzaro up on the front. Nice view flying alongside Catanzaro and Thrall. It looks like Tom Thrall has just logged back in to our Zoom room here. We're getting our first look at Tom Thrall's rider cam for the day today. We've been looking at Scott Catanzaro earlier. And now getting a look at what looks like a pretty fresh Tom Thrall here. There we go. He's still adjusting the phone, believe it or not. Thanks for getting it set up for our last few kilometers of racing here, Tom. Looks like he's using a phone for the mobile login here. Sometimes riders will also use that to communicate with the team, so he may be looking at some comms with Scott Catanzaro here. All right, there we go. So Thrall and Catanzaro getting things lined up for their last 3.7K of racing to go. Both going to be crowned national champions today, barring any major issues or an insane ride by Luke Verslee behind them. But you're still going to make it through this last 3.6K. Thrall taking on a little water in the good way, voluntarily taking on water, let's say, during a ride. The next eSport presented by Insured Team may have the best merch program of any of these virtual teams out there. Tom's got the hat going as well, in addition to the indoor-specific singlet top. I like those very much from that squad. You don't quite need the full zip jersey for a trainer ride. So they got these very cool sleeveless setups for their virtual racers. A cool hat too. See Thrall just sitting right in Catanzaro, saving about 100 watts right now. Call it 150 as he gets right up onto that rear wheel. So really speaks to the significance of energy saving out here for Thrall. And Catanzaro can just afford to sort of bring Tom Thrall along right now. Last little climb up here before that kicker to the finish, and then they are done for the day. We'll have our hand cycling and paracycling up after this. Right now, these guys got to knock out the last 2.5K. They're all readjusting the camera, making sure he's getting his time on camera for the finish here. And I would too, because he is about 2.5K away from winning a Canadian Esports National Championship. Nice little descent here into the last 2K for Thrall and Catanzaro. Verslee going to come close, but not enough to close down this gap today. We'll have a good battle behind them between Verslee and Bickley, and then we'll go back and watch the Corrigan Nair Mir group before moving over to our para racing. I see Thrall still out of the saddle here. What he's doing is just responding to these gaps. He's watching the watt saver in the upper left corner just to try to maximize the wattage that he's saving in this last 1.5 kilometers. So he accelerates out of the corner in the RGT platform. It will scrub speed off of the corners. You can't ride all the way through the corner, just like in real life. A lot of times you got to coast your way through a fast corner. And same rule applies here in RGT. So inside the last kilometer for these two, I'm sure they're still going to sprint it out. Might as well make it fun for the last little kick to the line here between Thrall and Catanzaro, because again, the national championships are locked up. This is just two teammates racing to the line now. Little smile here for Thrall on Zoom as he goes on the attack over Catanzaro. They're going to release Thrall here. Catanzaro will respond to it. And this last little kicker to the line, 650 meters to go. I don't know that RGT yet has a way to ride across the line together, but this would certainly be a scenario in real life where you see riders lift the hands together across the line. Catanzaro and Thrall had a perfect day here on RGT. They could not have executed this one better as teammates, making the first split of the day to take it down to 4, then dispatching Luca Verslee before they took care of Brad Bickley, leaving just the 2 next esports presented by Insured Riders. And they're going to ride their way to 1 and 2 overall here in the Esports National Championships with USA Cycling and Cycling Canada. And Thrall going to try and sprint it out over Catanzaro here. Catanzaro takes the early lead. Thrall into the draft in the last 100 meters. He's going to try and go around him. Perfect timing. Will he get there? He's going to run out of real estate, and Catanzaro will hold on for the overall win. Your esports national champion for the elite men. Tom Thrall, 2nd place overall, and your Canadian esports national champion. Meanwhile, Verslee going to be locking in 3rd place out there today. He's got 200 meters over Brad Bickley, so wouldn't expect to see that come back. And then the race behind them, Nair, Mir, and Corrigan. Going to be a good one to watch. We'll go tune into 4, 5, and 6 after these guys finish up. All right, Verslee down to his last 130 meters to the line. And that'll lock up third overall, second place in the Canadian Esports National Championships for Verslee. Bickley going to be good for fourth place and third in the Canadians. And then the silver and bronze medal for the Americans going to get sorted out behind them with Mir, Nair, and Corrigan going at it. Bickley on the way in right now. Back to Mir, Nair, Corrigan, all going at it here. Big attack from Zach Nair here. Here we go. Nair lighting the fuse at 670 meters to go. Mir and Corrigan a little late to respond, so Zach Nair trying to drop them. He opened up 40 meters like nothing. Wow. Corrigan a little late on the uptake, but he will get into that red zone to try to bring back the American Zach Nair, who just launched a blistering attack inside the last 600 meters. And I think that might be enough to secure him a silver medal. Great closing attack for Zach Nair out there today. He'll be the second American in, fifth place overall. Looks like Corrigan, followed by Mir. Cowan and LaChance, the next group in. Looks like Cowan going to come in ahead of the Canadian LaChance. And then one more spot back, Ian McCarroll. Looks like will be solo ahead of Travis Samuel as LaChance hits the last climb of the day. Down to the last 400 meters here for the Canadian. LaChance, meanwhile, our hand cycling races getting ready to go at 10 past the hour, just about 7 minutes from now. We'll follow a few more of these riders in and then go pick up our hand and later today paracycling athletes at the combined USA and Canada Esports National Championships. As LaChance looks like he has successfully stayed away from that group behind him. McCarroll, Samuel, and Blazovic not going to make the catch. Rode with Cowan for a while. And LaChance making the best of his day here. Getting it done for 9th place. And then this will be Ian McCarroll up next to round out your top 10 here at 650 meters to go for him. And here comes Travis Samuel going right past Ian McCarroll here at 550 meters to go. Samuel putting in a big effort. McCarroll trying to respond, but looked like he was caught off guard a little bit by Samuel here. So Travis Samuel may be riding his way into the top 10 here. Good late move. 350 meters to go. McCarroll, though, can still get into it. It's going to come down to that last little kick up to the line. Onto the pavement. 200 meters now. McCarroll into the red zone to try to get into the draft. He's there, but not going to have enough to go around Travis Samuel. He'll redouble the efforts at 50 meters to go. That'll be enough to hold on to 10th place for Travis Samuel out there. McCarroll going to hold on for 11th overall. Blazovic behind them for 12th, and then looks like Mason Roca going to be next up on the way in. All right, so as we wrap up our elite men's race, getting ready again for hand and paracycling. Coming up next, top 10 already in, and remember, they will be scored separately based on their nationality. So Catanzaro going to get the win for the Americans. They're all registered as a Canadian. Not sure why he shows up as American here, but he should be your Canadian esports national champion as well. And then you see Verslee, Bickley, Nair, and Corrigan just outside the top 5 with Mir, Cowan, and LaChance rounding out the top 9. And then we just saw Travis Samuel slip in to wrap up 10th place on the day today. So the other thing to look at here, the average watt per kilo. You see Tom Thrall did just a little bit more work than Catanzaro today, but still huge averages for these guys. 4.98 watts per kilo for Catanzaro, 5.08 watts per kilo for Tom Thrall. Those guys putting in a great ride over an hour, 27 minutes out there on the roads of the Dirty Reaper course at the Esports National Championship, as Scott Catanzaro will join Jackie Godby as your Canadian, or American, Esports National Champion and overall winner here today. All right, picking up the front of our paracycling races over in the RGT world, as we've just wrapped up our elite men's races, and paracycling up next. See our field on the line. We'll take a look at our early starters, see if we get any separation out there, and talk about some of the different classifications in the group here as well. All right, underway and racing. Looks like Lowell Taylor up here on the front, taking the early lead for the Canadians. Joe Bernier behind him, the American. And this will be Pittman jumping into the group here as well. These guys off to a tough start here. Pittman and Taylor getting a little bit of space as Bernier drops back with Lon. See if these two link up. Pittman and Taylor, two different classifications. Pittman in the C5 category, Taylor in the blind visually impaired category. You see the individual riders' different para category in parentheses next to their name. Helps the other riders around them understand better who they're competing with, and also helps us break out the score. So you see our top 5 riders right now on the leaderboard to the left all have their para classification from C1 to C5. And then the blind and visually impaired athlete, Taylor, in second spot. Kyle Pittman having a great ride here. Early on, he has now opened up just over 80 meters ahead of Taylor. Another 345 back to Luan and 350 back to Bernier. That might be a good battle forming in 3 and 4. But right now, watching Kyle Pittman, Project Echelon rider, in the C5 para classification. You see, he's also got Mathers in the C5 category in this race as well. So Mathers sitting in 5th place behind him, but right now Pittman cream of the crop. See if Taylor maybe links up with Lon and Bernier, but right now I think Taylor's still trying to fight this one out. He's still got a chance to get back up onto this wheel. So see if Lowell Taylor can make it up to Kyle Pittman here. See Pittman constantly monitoring the situation around him. He must have a pretty big screen up there in front of him, watching him look at what I think are probably the different corners of his user interface, showing the wattage in the upper left and then the distance to go in the upper right. He would see a very similar view to what we're looking at on our screen to the right. Now, the riders can choose from different views. Some riders like to see where they are in relation to the other riders around them. They like to be aware of riders coming up behind them. But some riders put it in what's called a first-person view, where they can't see behind them at all because they don't want to overreact when they get into these group dynamics. It's really easy to see a rider coming up behind you and overcompensate with wattage. So to sort of counteract that, a lot of riders will just keep the camera locked with a straight view. Some riders will even take the power off completely. They'll try and ride on feel on the game. You can choose which of any of these elements you want on your gameplay screen. So some riders don't like to see their wattage. They don't like to see the leaderboard or where they are on course, and that's customizable for each rider. Pittman down to 14K to go here on the little descent on the way down. Looks like Lowell Taylor doing a good job hanging in behind him at 117 meters back right now. So Taylor still within striking distance in the overall classification here. Para athletes today doing a single lap of this Dirty Reaver course. So see Pittman showing just under 14K to go as he works his way around the 17.8K Dirty Reaver circuit. So it's a long way to go, and that's good news for Taylor behind him, as Lowell Taylor now gets within 75 meters of Kyle Pittman's rear wheel. Back to Lowell Taylor in second place. Man trying to chase down Kyle Pittman. He's got him in sight just up the road here at 50 meters back. Not how you start, it's how you finish. Wow, Taylor's got a great power profile here as well. This is a very talented cyclist. A lot of natural talent here in the legs of Taylor. You can see how he plateaued that power just a little bit as Pittman got within striking distance. And now Taylor wants to try and close down this gap ASAP. Into the red zone. If there was ever a time to go red in a race like this, it would be right now. Not only on the climb, but you're also just about to get into that slipstream of Pittman up the road. You want to do that sooner rather than later, and Lowell Taylor knows that. So he's out of the saddle, pushing a big gear, try to get up here and close this gap. Taylor with his Team Alberta kit on, I can only assume, up in the Alberta province. again, won't matter in the classification here. They'll be scored, I believe, based on country and classification category. But this is going to turn into a good race between Taylor and Pittman here. Boy, just when he was about to get there, Pittman redoubles his efforts to keep Taylor off the wheel. Good riding by Kyle Pittman up the front, who obviously doesn't want company in this scenario, but Taylor doing his best to get there. Boy, Taylor just hanging right in the gap here, 50 meters back from Kyle Pittman. And Pittman is doing a great job of trying to keep Taylor off of his wheel here, trying to keep him out of the picture. See, just as Taylor lifts the power, Pittman does as well, and he's holding him somewhere between 50 and 60 meters here. Pittman burying himself right now to try and keep Taylor out of this. At 10.7K to go. Now he's got the big climb here. All right, dig deep, Kyle. And Lowell looking very good. He rockets to the bottom of this climb. Now remember, that gap artificially inflated on the climb here, but we'll see if Lowell Taylor can bring back some time. They're both out of the saddle here. Watching Pittman on the front, the Project Echelon rider. Lowell Taylor from Team Alberta behind him. Just as Taylor gets on, Pittman goes again, says goodbye, Lowell. Boy, Kyle Taylor not making any friends out here today on the Dirty Reaver course. Lowell Taylor fought valiantly to get up into this draft. Now he's there. And Pittman hits it again at 10K to go. Meanwhile, Barigny locking into third spot behind him. Lewan into fourth overall, and Mathers into fifth place on course. So Taylor should be in the draft just a little bit now, but he could definitely save a lot more energy by closing these last couple meters up to the rear wheel of Pittman. Not that Pittman's making it easy at 5.5 watts per kilo into the red zone here. This is brutal. Absolutely brutal leadership from Pittman here, but this is how you win bike races, and that's what we're here to do. Now the question is, did he go too hard too early? Can he hold on to this for the last 9.5K? Lowell Taylor seems like a fit dude to be able to chase down that gap, so I wouldn't be surprised if Taylor has a good second half surge of this race. It's a short effort for these guys on the front, only doing one lap in the para races, so they're only 17.5 minutes in. And Pittman has opened more time over Taylor now, taking him up to 53 meters in between. Back to Taylor in second. You can see his power profile starting to waver a little bit. A lot of ups and downs on this one, partially because of the course here, but also partially because he's been chasing Pittman's wheel for the better part of, we'll call it the last 15 of 18 minutes of racing here, although it does look like Lowell Taylor may be finding himself in a little trouble again after just barely getting onto the wheel of Pittman. Now Taylor getting up and over this climb and working his way down. Man, he was within 5 meters of making contact with that rear wheel. In fact, I'm almost positive he got some draft at some point. But just as he got there, Pittman hit the gas again, and that was goodbye. Looks like Taylor might see the writing on the wall here as he sits up a little bit, takes the chance to reset, wipe the sweat away, and then maybe get ready for one last effort to try to bring back Kyle Pittman up the road. Just over 7K to go for these guys. Looking at Lowell Taylor on your screen, second place overall. Been battling with Kyle Pittman on the front all day. Meanwhile, a little further back, looks like Joe Bernier holding on to his lead over Luan and Mathers. See if those two come together. Keep an eye on 4th and 5th. But right now, Battle is at the front for 1-2. All right, so Taylor getting back to it at 135 meters back now. Pittman going to be just out of sight on the screen here. He will maybe on the straight sections or an uphill section, maybe able to see Pittman on the road, but you can see from our sort of drone following overhead Taylor right now, nothing but open road ahead of him. Joe Bernier at 2.5K back, Luan at 2.7K back, and then Mathers at just under 4K back. Back up front to Kyle Pittman, your current leader on course here, nursing a 100-meter gap. Pittman looks like he's going to time this one almost perfectly with just under 5.5K to go. If he keeps riding the way that he is for any longer than 5.5K, I'd be worried about this guy's personal safety. But right now, it looks like Pittman crushing it on the front of this group as he tries to hold off the steady 100-meter gap back to Lowell Taylor. Inside 5K for Pittman. You can visibly see Pittman looking much more tired out there today over even just 10 or 15 minutes ago. And I have a feeling Pittman is watching this gap back to Lowell Taylor, and every time Lowell makes a move, Pittman seems to go again. Just keeping Taylor right at the edge of possibility, kind of. Pittman down to 4K to go now. See if Taylor can make one last-ditch effort to try and get up here. Meanwhile, Barney holding off Luan, and Luan holding off Mathers. Don't think we're going to see much change back in 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. But still a chance for 2nd place Lowell Taylor today, although wouldn't be surprised to see Pittman with a good finishing sprint here as well. Obviously a guy who knows how to make himself suffer. Look at those handlebars down at the bottom of the zoom, turned in, so pro. This is a almost European neo-pro handlebar setup. I love it. Nice and arrow, turns it on the inside. See him shift a gear very quickly. And grabbing one because this road about to turn uphill here at 3.5K to go. He'll go on to sort of a false flat leading up to that last little kicker inside the last kilometer. Taylor still lurking, 114 back now. Remember, Lowell Taylor already made up a 100-meter gap in about 3 kilometers. So if he starts that effort right now, there's still a chance of getting up to Pittman. I don't know that Vegas would take the odds on that happening, but that's why we make the odds. You never know. Pittman on the pavement section right now. Again, the pavement feature, pavement physics, let's call it, is turned off for today's race on RGT, as is the new steering feature. Got a couple questions about that in Facebook, but they are using sort of a custom game server for the Esports National Championship. Here's the last kicker for Pittman. 2.6K to go on the way up now into the red power zone for him. Taylor behind him into the red zone, trying to catch him before the bottom of the climb. Gets within 50 meters. That means Lowell Taylor should now be able to see Kyle Pittman. There he is. Taylor has Pittman in sight. Big wattage for Pittman on the front here. Around 360, 400, somewhere in there. Taylor doing a higher average most of the way up here. He's been averaging closer to 5. So Lowell Taylor putting in a bigger effort on the climb here on the way up, and it's paying off. He's within 50 meters of Kyle Pittman here. Pittman starting to feel it. See him letting up a little bit more than he was before. Starting to zero out that power meter a little bit. Taylor has let off the gas a little bit as well. He's back to 100 meters back as Pittman starts his way down the descent. Taylor going to try and catch on the way down. And then it's the last 2K for these two. Taylor back to 170 meters now as Pittman putting in a great effort here onto the flats. But remember, Taylor still coming off the descent. 1.6K to go for Pittman. .500 meters remaining to the line. 1.5K. Nice to see a Project Echelon jersey at the front of the Paracycling National Championships here. Project Echelon has worked very closely with RGT to help implement some para and hand cycling friendly features of the game, including para and hand cycling avatars, which we'll see in our hand cycling races later today. They have a trike for certain para athletes and then the hand cycles as well. That wouldn't happen without the work of Project Echelon, so it's nice to see one of their athletes getting some results here at the Esports National Championships as Kyle Pittman goes inside 1 kilometer of racing to go before he locks up his Paracycling National Championship in the C5 category. Lowell Taylor having a great ride behind him in second. And then we'll watch the Joe Bernier and Kai Luan battle, though it looks like Bernier got that one locked up. Pittman digging deep into the red zone. And here is Pittman suffering his way through the last 650 meters now. This guy on his way to a win if he can hold off Lowell Taylor. Still at 50 meters back. This guy just will not go away. He's like a bad habit. Just can't get rid of him. And look at Pittman. This guy has left it all on the trainer today. 500 meters for Pittman now. Check the distance, check the gap. Check the distance, check the gap. Pittman monitoring the chaser behind him. Onto the pavement, nothing to worry about here at this point. You can start savoring the sweet, sweet taste of victory as Kyle Pittman gonna win the Para Esports National Championships here on RGT. And you can see the smile on his face already. He knows he's got it. And now he can start celebrating a little bit. Kyle Pittman, your new national champion. So congratulations there for Kyle, our race winner. High fives all around. Well deserved. Lowell Taylor on the way in now. He just finished up. Be good for second place overall for him. He'll be our first Canadian blind and visually impaired athlete. Back to Joe Bernier on course in third in our C3 classification. Celebrating that the Pittman family making an appearance on camera. How cool is that? A little podium celebration for Kyle Pittman and his family. Nice job out there, Kyle. Congratulations to the Pittman family and the Project Echelon Racing team. So now Joe Bernier inside his last kilometer. The multi-time Paralympic medalist. And looks like he'll also pick up a C3 national championship here for the United States. Joe Bernier, another staple of the Echelon Racing League. So nice to see him out here at the ESports National Championships as well. Coming up on our last 500 meters for Joe Bernier here. We'll have our hand cycling races up next, as those riders starting to make their way into the grid. Still a little time before their start, so we'll use that opportunity to follow third and fourth into the finish here, as Joe Bernier makes his way up and over that last little kicker inside the last kilometer and enjoys the downhill section now. Like Kai Luan behind him, about to head inside 1 kilometer to go, but Bernier onto the pavement and wrapping up as our first C3 men's finisher out there today. Nice job, Joe. The patented Joe Bernier finish wave across the line, as he'll be our third rider in, and then should be seeing Kai Luan up next from the XXX Racing Squad. Here he is, as he goes inside his last kilometer of racing. This last little climb really puts some sting on the finish. Not a fun way to end the day, but you're almost there. Hang in there, as Kai ramping up that power profile on the left. On the bottom of the climb here. Just under 700 meters for Luan now in the C4 classification. I think that'll be our first C4 through the line as well. And then Mathers behind him should be second in the C5 classification, as we just watched Pittman win that one a little bit ago. 550 meters for Luan now. And now Luan enjoying the descent on the way down onto the pavement. Great riding out there today, Kai. 4th place overall and a C4 para winner for the Americans here at the ESports National Championships. In and done, how sweet it is, and finally gets to let up with Big sigh of relief for Luan, the XXX Racing rider. Having a good ride out there today. So just a few riders left out on course. See if we can go pick up Mathers behind these guys. Looks like he's on his way in for the C5s. $1.2K for Justin Mathers, another Project Echelon rider out on course in our C5 classification. See Justin in his Army kit. Thank you for the service. Project Echelon, a veterans nonprofit organization aimed at educating, equipping, and empowering veterans through physical activity, which includes things like the Echelon Racing League. Mathers up this last big climb of the day. All right, here we go. Justin Mathers onto the pavement now. And his last 100 meters. Way to finish strong. Good finishing sprint here from Mathers as he'll wrap up second place in our C5 category for the men out there today at the Dirty Reaver. Part of the combined USA Cycling and Cycling Canada ESports National Championships. We had our elite women and elite men earlier today. Just wrapping up our paracycling out there right now and getting ready for hand cycling coming up next, just over 30 minutes away from their next race start. Give those riders a little bit of time to warm up and get into the grid here. as Justin Mathers wraps up his day. So there you go. Your top four. Mather is going to slot into 5th place on the day as Pittman, fastest out here at 32.45 with an average 4.18 watts per kilo. Great ride for Kyle Pittman today. Lowell Taylor going to take 2nd place in the BVI classification with Joe Barney in 3rd for the C3s, and Kyle Owan ending at 4th place overall. So some impressive rides out here at the Esports National Championships, getting ready for our final race of the day with the hand cyclists coming up next, a scheduled 3:30 Eastern start time. So we're going to take a quick break here from the broadcast, and we'll be back for the 3:30 Eastern start of the hand cycling races here at the USA Cycling and Cycling Canada Esports National Championships. All right, welcome back as we get ready for our hand cycling competition. Up next at the 2023 Combined USA Cycling and Cycling Canada Esports National Championships. Looks like Swick in our H3 category. Going to roll off the line, and he will be solo on the front here. Those are our camera bots and official photographers following Swick here in his custom hand cycle. It's developed in association with his team, the Project Echelon Racing Team here on RGT. So as Swick heads out for what will be one lap, he's doing a full lap of the 17.8-mile Dirty Reaver course here on RGT, which mimics a real-life gravel race course over in the UK. However, they don't have the gravel physics turned on, so just racing on road physics here on RGT. Either way, Swick off and riding in the H3. Wishing him best of luck. We'll keep an eye on the competition. It's coming up on 15 kilometers to go for Bill Swick in the H3 hand cycling category in our hand cycling esports national championship. Swick, the only rider in this block of races out on course. You see some of our camera and photographer bots out there, but Swick not going to have to worry about any company or drafting on course, so he can effectively ride a nice little time trial out there today on this course. These riders riding on a modified course from some of the races that you saw earlier today. Actually, check that. They may be on the full Dirty Reaver course here. I believe they are, looking at the profile at the bottom of the course. Either way, Swick with really two big climbs throughout the day. There's that long grinding climb up to the second red section, and then he'll enjoy a nice downhill before two more small kickers just before the finish. We've been watching this course play out throughout the day today. Swick out there right now with the Project Echelon Racing team, the veterans nonprofit organization. Swick, a Navy veteran himself, served 24 years in the Navy as an officer and a professor at the Naval Academy before some complications from a surgery paralyzed him from the waist down. But Bill riding the hand cycle out there today with the Project Echelon colors and representing the team well, crushing it, as you see a perfectly dead flat power profile in the upper left corner, averaging just over 120 in the 120 to 130 range. He was up in the 140s and 150s for his averages earlier, but very impressive, steady power here on that power profile. So Swick looking like he's done this a time or two. He is headed to the first big climb of the day. He's going to work his way up. At one point, this will hit a 16% gradient. So we'll keep an eye as Bill Swick makes his way on the Dirty Reaver course here with just under 14K to go. Bill Swick up and over the big climb. Nicely done out there, Bill. And now he'll enjoy a brief flat section before the false flat, the long climb of the day, comes up. That one peaks up at the top. He'll ride across and then the downhill. But for now, Bill Swick putting in work out there at 140 watts with just under 13K to go. Swick in our final race of the day. Doing to recognize some winners from our earlier categories today, including Jackie Godby rode solo to the top of the elite women's category here. She ended up with Christy Tracy in second, and then Marianne Lawson will be the Canadian eSports national champion for the Virginia Blue Ridge 2024 Devo team. But Godby, the overall winner in that one with a blazing 1 hour, 38 minutes with an average of just over 4 watts per kilo. So congratulations to Jackie Godby and Marion Lawson, your esports national championships for the United States and Canada. Following our pro women's race today, our elite women, we had our elite men's race after that, where we watched Scott Catanzaro in what was a 4-rider breakaway that originally included the first 4 with Bickley, Verslee, Thrall, and Catanzaro, but eventually Catanzaro able to get rid of Bickley and Verslee, and his next esport presented by Insured teammate, Tom Thrall, got to go to the line together. So that squad goes 1-2 as Luca Verslee finished in 3rd. A little further down the list, Project Echelon, Zach Nair in for 5th. And then a good battle between Corrigan and Mir. Those 3, 5th, 6th, and 7th. RJ Cowan ends up 8th place on the day. And then Jean-Michel Lachance and Travis Samuel rounding out 9th and 10th. For the Canadians, again being scored separately, so top Americans and top Canadians both received national championship designations. All right, Bill Swick headed to the brutal hairpin sections on this course as he conquered the first big kicker of the day, but this one by far the biggest, coming after that long uphill drag. So Bill Swick into the red zone here as now he begins the toughest part of this course. Bill Swick up and over the toughest part of the day with just over 10 kilometers of racing to go here, as now he'll work his way up and over this last little bit of the wooded climbing section before enjoying a downhill onto the flats, and then 2 more short kickers at 10K to go. Talking about some of our earlier competitions, we had the elite women and elite men, and then it was the paracycling races up next, where we watched Kyle Pittman put on an incredible performance. The Project Echelon rider winning solo out of the group, but man, Lowell Taylor put in a great battle behind him. The blind and visually impaired athlete almost caught Pittman a few times, but Pittman able to stay away, and then Joe Bernier comes in for third. Now, Bernier, an American, I'm not sure why he has Canadian registration here, but Pittman will be our C5 American National Champion, Taylor our American BVI winner, and Bernier the American C3 winner. So congratulations to all of our category winners, new and returning national champions, now in our 3rd year of esports national championships here with USA Cycling and Cycling Canada. All right, so Swick about to work his way onto the downhill section of this course. We'll take a look at the Velo Viewer profile. A lot of riders will use this Velo Viewer tool to get a better idea of the course ahead of them. He is on at the very left-hand side of the screen. See that downhill section? That's what he's on right now, the blue section. Only a few really intense parts of the climb. He just went up that orange section. So you see the only orange section on this map in the middle, kind of to the right. And he's about to work his way down that light blue section onto the green, and then the last little kickers up to the finish. So kind of a cool little look at the 17.8 kilometer Dirty Reaver course, modeled after the real life course in the UK. It races around the Kielder Water, which is the largest man-made lake in Northern Europe. Holds 200 billion liters of water. That is an old money measurement. There are a little under 4 liters per gallon. Give you a better idea of just how big that is. And then around that lake is a man-made forest, part of the largest man-made forest in Northern Europe. The Forestry Commission each year harvests about 500,000 cubic meters of timber, and that gets sold off for various projects. Employs about 200 people with the Forestry Commission, but they also let the UK's largest gravel race go through there, and it has become a favorite among British cyclists. So the course that you see the riders racing on is modeled not only with the terrain, but also with the scenery and surroundings that they're out there racing on right now. So one of the cool virtual worlds available to anybody racing on the RGT platform. Bill Swick, just under 7 kilometers of racing, call it 6.5. On his way in, he has just about finished the downhill. One last steep downhill section and then onto the flats before the 2 more uphill kicks. Again, Swick, a military veteran with the Navy, was paralyzed after some medical complications after 24 years of service in the Navy. Now finding hand cycling with the Project Echelon team and out here on his way to a hand cycling national championship. So Bill, wishing you the best at 6 kilometers to go. Looking good. Keep it up. Bill Swick taking it down to 3.5 kilometers to go. See a constantly undulating profile in the upper right-hand corner. The very top of that part of the GUI, you can see the current slope that Swick is on. And that is about to get a lot higher because he has a little kick coming here. Now, Swick on the steepest part of the court absolutely crushed it, blew us away with the way that he went up and over those switchbacks. So I'm expecting the same. He should make short work of this next little climb. Onto the climb for Bill Swick. Watch the gradient here, 7% now. Gonna go up to 8 at the peak. But the good news about this one is you get it back. It is net elevation loss from this point to the finish. Just one more little bump to get over after this one. Boy, Swick crushing this one, nice and steady. See that power? Didn't even fluctuate when he hit the bottom. Now the game will increase the resistance, but Swick matched it perfectly, so you can actually can't see the transition at all. See Swick doing a nice job keeping it inside of his yellow and orange watt bike power zones. You see the colored bar to the left of his name on the leaderboard and underneath his name hovering above his avatar. See how that just went orange into what they call his VO2 max zone. RGT will break this out into various tiered power levels based on each individual rider's maximum power output. They then kind of break it down and give us a general idea of where in each individual rider's capability they are in terms of wattage. So at 130, 140 watts, that is getting up there for Bill Swick. So he's not going to have much left. He wouldn't be able to do this effort for like a 4-hour ride, but he can certainly do it for this little kicker up to the top here, as Swick has now been averaging, it's got to be close to 1.5 watt per kilo over the last 46 minutes. We'll get a full average once he finishes here, but Swick making short work of that little climb as Bill Swick is up and over now. Gets to work his way down as he goes inside of 2.5K to the finish. Keep it up, Bill. right, Swick down to 1.5 kilometers to go here. You can smell the finish line and rocketing down this hill, 44 kilometers an hour. This would be a great course to try on in real life. I would love to try this Dirty Reaver course. And I'm sure Bill Swick would too, because he's looking like a whole lot of fun out there, if you ask me. Enjoying the downhill here before his last climb of the day. Bill Swick going to use the opportunity to zero out the power meter. I would too on the way down. You earned it. He's also got the red arch in sight. That means he is down to his last kilometer of racing. Just 1,000 meters standing between Bill Swick and this finish line. And Swick going to go into the red zone early. He knows how to finish a bike race. Here we go. So now you see that colored bar under his name into the capacity zone, which means you can do this for only a few minutes. But Swick's only got a few minutes of racing left. 860 meters to go now. And this is that last little climb we were talking about. It's hard to believe that after all that, you still got to go uphill one more time, but Swick at 750 meters to go should be able to make short work of it. Just get back on that nice flat, steady power profile, get back to work, and it'll be over in no time. See, here we go. Swick back up to 130 watts. It's right around his sweet zone, that 120, 130 areas where he has been hovering for most of the day, so doing a very good job of keeping this steady. I was talking about how almost flat his power profile looked earlier, and then look at this. See how he slowly ramps it up? A lot of people, if they need to get to 150 watts, they'll go from 100 to 50, and you see this, or 150, you see this very sharp uptick. This is a slow, steady progression up of his wattage. So we went from like 120 average up to closer to 130 to 140, and now he's even pushing 150, although that is going to level off at the top here. He won't need to do 150 watts up and over, but this is really, really good riding from Bill Swick out here today. Last 500 meters and last 2% gradient here for Swick. I think that'll get him up and over. And now the beloved minus sign on the slope part of the GUI in the upper right-hand corner, enjoying the 5% downhill gradient. Be able to carry a little bit of this momentum onto the pavement off the dirt, and then to the finish at 300 meters to go for Bill Swick. What a battle out there today. 52 minutes on the bike for Bill. Got out on this beautiful Sunday afternoon, made it happen, and that's going to earn him a USA Cycling National Championship. He will be your H3 Men's Hand Cycle National Champion here on the Dirty Reaver course. And our combined USA Cycling and Cycling Canada ESports National Championships. Nice job out there, Bill. Way to go, way to ride. Way to stay tough. Good finish all the way through at 180 watts across the line. That's a finishing sprint. Bill Swick, your men's H3 national champion. All right, so as we wrap up our Esports National Championships, once again, Bill Swick, your H3 Men's Hand Cycling National Champion, and that'll do it for today's block of racing. Congratulations to all of our new and repeat Esports National Champions. For everyone at USA Cycling and Cycling Canada, my name is Brad Soner, saying thanks for watching, and congratulations to all our competitors.